Sure. Yes. You want us out front? Hey, you want us out front? Okay. Hey, will you grab your bag?
Are you coming out here?
Councilwoman? Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, it's for the K kids. We're gonna send it to the K kids. Work for me. You got your, Mayor Ryan. Yes. Counts for the K kids.
Sure, sorry. Right there, yeah. Yeah.
Good? Can you get everybody? All right.
Smile, everyone.
I want y'all to know that I'm the one that buys all that
Oh,
stuff.
wonderful.
When do we get to meet the children?
Pancake Day.
All right.
February 20th.
Cool.
I'd like to tell them thank you in person.
Thank y'all.
They're gonna be there all
They come during their lunch period.
Offload day.
So like 11 to 1, something like that.
Oh, I got one too. Oh, is it a waffle maker? Oh. Yes, yes. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
All right. Don, are we good? Yeah, okay. At this time, the mayor will call to order the regular city council meeting for 6 p.m. Tuesday, February the 11th of 2025. City Council Chambers, 201 East Nash Street, Terrell, Texas. We have on the dais with us District 2, Donna Renee Anderson, District 3, Mayor Ronnie Velasquez, District 4 Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Holmes Thomas, District 5 Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Phil Robinson. At this time, I would like to, there is a quorum present, so we can continue with our meeting. We have with us this evening for invocation, Pastor Ed Johnson from Union Valley Baptist Church. If you would, please come forward, Pastor Johnson, and lead us in invocation. If everyone please remain standing for the pledges, and then I have something for you before you leave, please.
Yes. Let us pray. O gracious God, our Father, the creator, maker of all mankind, we come now praising you because, Lord, you are worthy to be praised from the rising of the sun until the going down of the same. We come, Lord, thanking you because you've been mighty good to us. You look beyond all of our faults, and you keep on supplying all of our needs. And Lord, we come this evening asking for your presence. We ask right now that you look down on, look right now, touch right now our mayor, touch every city council person that's present in this place. Pray right now for this city. Thank you, Lord, for this free country we live in. We can serve you and we be in a free country. We thank you because all that you have done. Now, Lord, we ask that you look down, that you give guidance, guide our thoughts and our minds, that we, as the council, make decisions tonight that affect not just one of us, but all of us. And we pray, Lord, for love, joy, and peace, that it would be exemplified in this city. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done, you're going to do. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. And everybody loved the Lord said amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Church does for the community. I have a challenge coin from mayor and council, and we ask that you continue to do so. I also want people to know that Pastor Johnson and my brother Benito, who I lost a couple of years ago, were very good friends, and I know he valued your friendship. So thank you for that, and it's an honor to have you this evening. Thank you. I enjoy watching that, so thank you for doing it. Yep. Next on the agenda is the mayor and council community recognition and events. I do have a proclamation. This is Engineer Week, so I have a proclamation for our engineers here at the City of the Terrell. It's from the Office of the Mayor of the City of Terrell. And it reads, whereas engineers use their scientific skills and specialized knowledge and skills in creative and innovative ways to fulfill society's needs, and whereas engineers help solve major technological challenges of our time, from designing efficient building systems to rebuilding cities devastated by natural disasters, and whereas engineers and engineering has been called the invisible profession because everyday objects have been engineered in some way, yet we may not see the engineers behind the scenes or know how much about engineering. And whereas founded in 1951, National Engineers Week is dedicated to ensuring a diverse and well-educated future engineering workforce by increasing understanding of and interest in engineering and technology careers. And whereas eWeek is a formal coalition of more than 70 engineering, education, and cultural societies dedicated to raising public awareness of engineers' positive contributions to quality of life. And whereas E-Week promotes recognition of the importance of a technical education and a high level of math, science, and technology literacy, and motives the youth to pursue engineering careers. And whereas the theme of this year's Engineering Week is Design Your Future, and whereas City Engineer Chris Snap and the City of Terrell's engineering team are responsible for overseeing capital improvement projects, construction services, development review, and traffic operations. And whereas the city's engineering team works closely with developers, consultants, contractors, residents, and other staff to ensure successful completion of projects. Now therefore, I, Rick Carmona, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and on behalf of the Terrell City Council, do hereby proclaim February the 16th through the 22nd as National Engineers Week in the city of Terrell, and urge all our citizens to join me in recognizing the important contributions of engineers to our daily lives. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the corporate seal of the city of Terrell, Texas, to be affixed this, the 11th day of February of 2025. Thank you so much for the work that you do for the city of Terrell. Does anybody have any comment?
I think that the,
And DJ? I'm sorry, DJ, I didn't mean to leave you out.
no, I think engineers, they have, they see things differently. I appreciate them.
Yes.
Chris and DJ, I appreciate you and all the other engineers in your department.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else? Also, events that are coming up, the Kiwanis Pancake Day will be coming up. This is in memory of Denny Roy. Those of you that didn't know Denny, he was a staple to our community, well-deserved. You could see him, I can still envision him with his apron on and greeting people and talking to people during the pancake deal. But again, this is going to be Tuesday, February the 25th of 2025. It'll go from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and it'll be held at the Rockwall and Bryn Church of Christ. If you don't have tickets, they're available either through the Key Club or the High School Key Club or Kiwanis Club. And it is a fun event, and I know people look forward to Pancake Day. So please come and join them and support the Kiwanis Club. Does anybody have any other?
I wanted to honor and make note of the passing of Oscar Spears, who was a very beloved member of the community. Everyone, I think everyone knows Oscar, really great guy. Also the uncle of fired Captain Chris Spears. So just wanted to honor Oscar, and he's much loved in this community.
I wanted to just announce Judge James Williams. He used to be our JP for Precinct 3 here in our city and our county, and he passed away. Did a lot of great work in this city for nonprofits and just those individuals that wanted. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Oh, yes, she's giving me the information about his funeral services. They'll have the wake at New Hope Baptist Church, 607 South Rockwall in Terrell on Friday from 6 to 8. Then the funeral services will be February 15th, 11 o'clock a.m. at First Baptist Church, 403 North Catherine. And we just want to keep his family lifted up in prayer.
Thank you.
Well, I hate to hear of so many different losses, and I know we also had our very own Dawn Style sitting on the dais with us also experienced a loss. So heart goes out to her and her family. Yesterday, we had the Chamber and the EDC do their 117th annual membership and industrial luncheon, where they recognized our own very own, also Allison Walker, as a former chairperson and still active on their board. Sounds like she's going to serve another whole year as well, supporting them. And they recognize, of course, businesses in the community that are longtime membership or longtime members, and also individuals who have really stepped up to the plate to help the chamber and have been working with the EDC as well. I also want to put in a plug for not only like our municipal development department, but and staff in general that have worked with our small businesses. When I joined council about 5 years ago, I used to hear more complaints from small businesses that were opening a small business, so whether they're working with Elvia or Raylan or another staff member, those that are, do the permitting, et cetera. I keep hearing when I talk to the small businesses, how it was an easier process to work, how they've worked with other cities, and they seem like the process is fair. It's done for, safety reasons if they're opening a restaurant, and in the different permits and checks that they have to follow, the checks and balances there, but have really continued to hear good customer service and a support for those small businesses. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is hear remarks from visitors. Do we have anyone? All right. Next is our boards and commissions. Item number 4, discuss and consider Park and Downtown Improvement Corporation appointments and reappointments. This will be handled by our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the Paddock Board, roster is in your packet. Hillary Hazel, Sarah Kegaris, Tori Lucas, and Mary McCoy's terms have all expired. They all wish to be reappointed, and their emails are in the packet, and this falls under the oversight of the entire council.
All right, council, is there a motion on this item?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I make a motion to appoint or reappoint Mrs. Heiser, Mrs. Kegaris, and Mrs. Lucas.
I second.
Is McCoy on there as well, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, she needs to be I didn't see her name, I'm sorry. And Mrs. McCoy.
Okay, amended.
I didn't see it.
It's amended for McCoy.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, please amend it by
Okay.
adding Mrs. McCoy.
all right. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Holmes Thomas and a second from Donna Renee Anderson, District 4, to reappoint Hillary Heisel, Sarah Kegaris, Tori Lucas, Mary McCoy, reappoint them to our Park and Downtown Improvement Corporation. Is there any further discussion? Hearing,
I
yes.
just want to say I'm grateful to the people when they want to serve again and be reappointed, and we always appreciate their service.
Agreed. Okay. Anyone else? All right, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries from none to the vote present. Our next item on the agenda is discuss and consider Planning and Zoning Commission appointments and reappointments. Again, this is going to be our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, in the packet is the Planning and Zoning Commission roster. Gabriel Cabrera, his term expires this month, and he does wish to be reappointed. And then we also have Randy Voigt, who is no longer on the board, and that will leave a position to be filled. And there are 2 applications in the packet, and this falls under the oversight of Mayrani Velasquez.
Okay, Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Yes, motion to reappoint Gabriel Cabrera to serve on Planning and Zoning.
Okay.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velasquez, District 3, a second from Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem from District 5, to reappoint Gabriel Cabrera to our Planning and Zoning Commission. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you to the city for helping put out the word again about, trying to garner volunteers to apply for boards. I know that the 2 applicants that applied This was not their top board, but I will be reaching out to them to see if they're also interested in serving on planning and zoning, and we'll be looking at additional applicants as they come in.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Who is, on the second page, there's a vacancy for the board,
Yes.
and we had an application of Darlene Woods
Yes, we have Darlene Woods.
and Kay Hardiman.
Yes.
So are we going to fill that position tonight?
Councilwoman?
My motion is only for Gabriel Cabrera at this time.
Okay.
So she'll look at the next one at our next meeting. So there's a motion again to reappoint Mr., is it Gabriela or Gabriel?
Cabrera.
Cabrera? And that's the motion on the floor, is to reappoint. And he was the vice chair, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is discuss and consider park board appointments and reappointments. Again, City Secretary Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the Park Board rosters in your packet. Caroline Brown and Kelsey Weibel, their terms are expired. They are both eligible for reappointment, and they do wish to be reappointed. Their emails are in the packet, and this falls under the oversight of Mayor Ronnie Velasquez.
I'll make a motion to appoint Caroline Brown and Kelsey Weibel.
Okay. Is there, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion for Mayor Ronnie Velasquez, District 3, a second from Donna Renee Anderson, District 2, to reappoint Caroline Brown and Kelsey Weibel to our Park Board. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is discuss and consider library board appointments and reappointments. Again, this will be handled by our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the Library Advisory Board rosters in your packet. Angie Cooper and Shantavia Cheeves, their terms expire in February of '25. They are both eligible for reappointment. I did hear back from Angie Cooper. She does wish to be reappointed. Her email is in the packet. I have not heard back from Shantavia at this time. And this falls under the oversight of Stephanie Holmes Thomas.
Councilwoman, is there a motion?
Yes, there's a motion to, make a motion to reappoint Mrs. Cooper.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Holmes Thomas, and I have a second from Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Phil Robinson to reappoint Angie Cooper to our library board. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is discuss and consider zoning board of adjustments, appointments, and reappointments. Again, this will be our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the Zoning Board of Adjustments roster is in your packet. Matthew Hancock, his term expires in February of '25. He is eligible for reappointment and does wish to be reappointed. His email is in the packet. We also have an open position for Dina Boyd is now on the TERS board, and so we do have an open position to fill. I don't have any applications at this time, but we hope to receive some, and this falls under the oversight of Phil Robinson.
Councilman?
I move we reappoint Matthew Hancock to the Zoning Board of Adjustments.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion from Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Phil Robinson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Holmes Thomas to reappoint Matthew Hancock to our Zoning Board of Adjustments. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is to discuss and consider Building and Standards Commission appointments and reappointments. This is going to be handled by our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I spoke with Phil Robinson, who is over this board, and he would like to postpone this.
Is there a motion to postpone?
Motion to postpone.
There's a motion. Is there? She's ready to go, man.
Business as usual.
Look on the draw,
I
I
have
tell
a
you.
motion from Mayor Rodney Velazquez, District 3, a second from Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Phil Robinson to postpone item 4.6 until our next council meeting.
So we're largely revamping that board, so needs a little bit of time to kind of get the membership together.
I understand. Any further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of the president. Our next item on the agenda is to discuss our upcoming meeting calendars. Again, this is our city secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we do not have any more council meetings this month. We will have Kaufman County Day in Austin, the 17th and 18th of February. We'll go to the March calendar. The council meetings will be on March 4th and March 25th, and National League of Cities will be March 10th through the 12th. And then also, please note that we will have the Strategic Plan Workshop Part 1 on March 28th. We did move that, and that was the date that we could find that everyone was available. So March 28th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
All right. Is there any pre-meeting work that needs to happen from the council before that first workshop, or if it's everybody already?
We're going to cover that in a different agenda item.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And then we have April and
Yeah.
May. And also in April, the meetings are on the 8th and the 22nd. The Strategic Plan Part 2 workshop will be on Friday, April 4th, and that's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then in May, we did have to move one of our council meetings. So the council meetings will be on this May 6th and May 13th. We were going to have one on the 20th, but due to the election law, we have to canvass the votes before May 14th. So we have to meet on May 13th.
Okay, good. Is everybody good with that? Do I have any questions? All right. Next item on the agenda is 5.1, discuss good news report. This is going to be handled by our PIO officer, Allison Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the February Good News Report. I did go back and revise February 2nd because that was Groundhog Day, and I had to actually look that up, and I'm not thrilled with 6 more weeks of winter, so I'm giving him BX. Okay. This is the last Conversations Luncheon that BFTS hosted. The mayor was present, and we also had a World War II veteran that was there that's written this book, and so anyway, that was exciting. This tribute to K9 Max was very well attended. Then there you can see these are new employees that we have. I did ask about the spelling on the first name. It's not a typo. That's Summer Myers, but it's with one M. Kenneth Belcher in Police Services, Juanita Bowers as a library technician, and Travis Williams, who y'all met here at the last council meeting, was rehired as another TPD officer. So we're glad to have him back. There's the pinning of the badge ceremony with our 2 new officers. Another Candanosa tournament, and I remember that night was super cold, so I double kudos to those that showed up for that event. And this is what's going on right now at Film Alley. We set up tonight about 4, and Mike was the first one to officially bowl. There's a raffle going on, and then Adam Vinzi from Platinum has brought some of his professional bowler friends out there. So depending on what time we get out of here, y'all can go bowl, or you can also get with me. I'll give you a QR code if you want to buy some raffle tickets. So we hope to do well on that tonight. And we want to really thank Film Alley for giving us all of the lanes tonight till 10 o'clock. Another event hosted by Poetry Christian and Shooters for the Candanosa family on February 28th. Groundbreaking. So this was an exciting day, another cold day, but we were anxious to get this project started. CPR training, there's 2 of these scheduled coming up, one on March the 22nd and one on May 17th. So those are all limited to 20 people. If you want to sign up for that, you can email the fire department. Josh McKenzie is the one that heads these up. There's our Crispin Clean Success Stories. That's the Heresy Project. You can see Stephanie out there with the newly paved road and the new gutters, and everything looks nice. And then everybody is so excited about this. So you can see them on the new basketball court, and then the pickleball courts will be coming along behind them, and hopefully everything will be ready to go. Hopefully by Heritage Jubilee, we can have a pickleball tournament. So
I've never played pickleball.
I think I alluded to this last week, but they scored a 96 out of 100 on their HUD report card, and so that's really awesome. So kudos to Denise for that. And of course, she thanked her staff, Keisha and Roxana, for their work. That's all about the library and all their activities they're sponsoring. So you can see in the center there, they, for the second year in a row, have been awarded the Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award. And the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association gives this out. So that's something very impressive. And then you can see utility department, all of the people at the top there have passed their 20-hour basic wastewater operations course. And then down there at the bottom, the 2 of them that have received their Class C license tests. Okay, this officially kicked off today, and as we were sitting here, I actually got a text from some lady that had my name that said she does not live here, and she's never lived here, but anyway, we'll get that straightened out. Hopefully there's not many of those, but anyway, y'all try to sign up, and DJ just said they had, what, 60? 61 signed up today as of 3 o'clock. So y'all encourage everybody to sign up, Spanish and English. They only had 1 Spanish so far, so encourage everybody to do that. The Heritage Market coming up on, coming up on the 15th, this Saturday, and that will also double as a day to do the safety action plan. That's part of our grant requirements. If you have not been to our website, you can go on there and watch these videos, and I think they're really good, but if y'all can use them however you want to promote Terrell, and we've had quite a few calls on these as well. So, and then our mayor and Councilmember Donna Renee Anderson have both been appointed to NLC boards. The mayor is going to be serving on the Community and Economic Development Federal Advocacy Committee, and then Donna Renee will serve on the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Committee. So congratulations to both of those. For a city our size to have 2 appointments, that's awesome. That's it.
Thank you, Allison.
You're welcome. Y'all have any questions?
Very good.
That was, I like how you put that together. There's a lot going on,
There is a lot going on.
which, because we do these things, at the end of the year, Texas Municipal League has a competition that we've all seen, that we should be on. We should compete. You tell us how we can do that.
Okay, I will check into it.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else? Thank you, Allison. Next item on the agenda, discuss IT update. This is going to be handled by our Assistant City Manager, Mark Mills, and John Cross with True North is here with us too.
Mayor, Council, good evening. This evening, we're going to do a brief presentation to you for a few minutes to provide you some information on updates for information technology. We'd like to come before you at least once a year with this. This evening in the audience, I have John Cross, who we contract with to be our virtual Chief Information Officer, as well as Trace Brown, who's the owner of True North, which the city contracts with to be our IT service provider. In a moment, I'm going to bring John Cross up, and he's going to do the presentation for you this evening. But before I do that, I wanted to take a couple minutes and highlight some of the things that we have done at the City of Terrell since bringing True North on board as our IT service provider. We worked with them to implement the Sharp multifunction printers that we have, which allows for us to scan to email, scan to network drive, and implementation of network scanners for justifiable. This allows us to increase the amount of digital storage that we're using and try to eliminate the amount of paper that we're using. So we're trying to move towards an increasingly paperless environment. I don't know that we'll ever achieve complete paperlessness, but we're working in that direction. We implemented the Adobe suite that allows us to use Adobe to create PDF documents, used to create electronic forms. We've implemented electronic forms on the city website. We've set up and deployed new laptops at the library, consulted with fire admin on the outfit of the mobile command post, and conducted inspections of the network and the IT equipment. They improved the city's IT infrastructure at various city facilities, including improvement to system backups, network infrastructure for fire admin, and server infrastructure at both PD and City Hall. We've moved to Spectrum Voice over IP for the police department for the telephone service. We've overhauled the wireless network at PD and City Hall, as I mentioned, and then implemented the PD body camera deployment. Those are just a few highlights of some of the things that we've accomplished since True North has been with us. And I'm going to bring up John Cross to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mills, Mayor, Mr. Sims, and council. We'll get through this pretty quick. Okay. Awesome. All right. Again, my name is John Cross. I am with the IT department. Over the course of the last year, we have had roughly 2,460, 2,500 or so tickets. These are user tickets. We actually generate a number of tickets from our servers and other devices that we also address over the course of what we call keeping the lights on. This works out to be about 10 tickets per day if you do rough napkin math. The average resolution time is 22 hours. The first contact resolution is 64%. So what this means is we've invested in our IT team members, both in training and education and skill set, to make sure that they can answer your ticket whenever you call the first time or when a city employee calls the first time. And we achieve that about 64% of the time, so we're pretty happy with that. We'd like to see that number go up, and we'll continue to work to train folks and make sure that they are cross-pollinated as appropriate. Our resolution service level agreement, it sits at 99%. So you might look and say, well, how do you get 99% if you're responding in 22 hours to a ticket? And that's because most tickets that we get are not high severity tickets. And you can see over here the SLA target on the right-hand side, that we generally have 3 days to resolve a low ticket, 1 day for a medium ticket, 12 hours for high, and 4 hours for urgent. And you can see that we're meeting that quite substantially. And of course, the pie chart in the middle, the police department, did Chief leave? He is our biggest investor. He's our biggest user of IT services over at the police department, and we're happy to serve. Some of the highlights, in addition to what Mr. Mills has mentioned, we have spent a fair amount of time this year consolidating the IT vendor footprint. So that is all about rationalizing both our application footprint as well as our vendor footprint for simplifying ultimately how and what we deliver for the city. We support the annual Chamber of Commerce civic auction with the technical setup, the wireless setup, and all the things that go along with that, and support that endeavor. Over at the library, we've done a couple of major things this year with the RFID readers project, and also setting up and all of the digital infrastructure for the Career Testing Center at the train depot. And I will say infrastructure, and when I say infrastructure, I mean digital infrastructure, as opposed to what the engineers and those guys do, which is plumbing and water and all those kinds of things. So when I say it, I mean digital. So I apologize if that's any confusing to anyone. At the City Hall, we have all new server infrastructure. Over at the PD, we've taken over badge control, making sure that everybody has badges, keep those up to date, as well as the sworn officer ID updates, which we have to do whenever there's a chief change. At the PD, also rolling out the Axon body cameras this year. So as Mr. Mills mentioned, there was also a rollout of a different body camera project that we did prior to this year. And then this year, we rolled out Axon. And then this adaptive building access, those are the doors. So clicks whenever you kind of open the door, that kind of thing. And then we replaced all the cameras, security cameras around the PD as well. Over at the wastewater admin, we helped with the office relocation there. We replaced the SCADA system both at freshwater and at wastewater. We set up new firewalls, so those are the things that ultimately protect the network perimeter for the city from cyber attack and those kinds of things. So we put in new firewalls over at the pump station, the water towers, and wastewater. We did a cabling cleanup at the service center, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about digital front door. So by way of the cabling cleanup project, just by way of before and after, this was the before and this was the after. Right? So there's a lot of work involved in that, and we try to do this whenever we can, whenever we find the time, or if a project is happening that actually touches that building or that office significantly, then we try to get in there and get it cleaned up and make it nice and neat and easier for us to manage whenever we need to get in those closets and do work. Okay, the digital front door project, this next couple of slides are really just by way of re-educating and just remembering some of the purposes for this project. So by function, the project covers 3 areas, or is covering 3 areas. City management, that's with the Munis product, that includes everything from finance, ERP, accounting, HR, payroll, those kinds of things. The courts with their Encode module, and then the police department or public safety, which includes CAD, RMS, enforcement mobile, et cetera. So those were by function what the program was intended to cover. The high-level goals, again, just as a reminder for this program, provide the public, citizens and businesses alike, easy, modern access to city services. Provide a paperless city with electronic signature adoption where appropriate. Implement a common repository and system for easy integration across city functions. So when I say common repository here, I mean a digital repository. So electronic documentation, all the metadata, everything that goes along with that, whether it's a PO all the way through to, an applicant's job application for employment. Reduce the number of software packages to operate the city. This is portfolio rationalization, and as I mentioned, we also spent this year rationalizing some of our vendors. The milestones ultimately for this project were public safety with the New World product, enforcement mobile, which was also at public safety, and the municipal justice area. The courts, they all went live on 10/23. Munis Financials went live last year on 1/24, and we now are in the process of working on the HCM project, which kicked off on 4/25. That's not right. That one's already kicked off. And then scheduling, advanced scheduling we'll do 7/25. Any questions?
So, as you look at the city as a whole, are there any areas of concern that you would want the mayor and the council to be mindful of as we move forward?
So I have to say that since my time working with the city has been very responsive to the needs of the IT department. There have been, as you can imagine, with any organization and any function within an organization, it operates on a maturity continuum, right? And so I would have to say, and I don't just say this because I wear the hat, but I have to say that we are in a much more mature place today than we were when we were first brought in. Objectively, I think I can say that. In a number of areas, one of which are some of these things that we all had as objectives whenever we came in, like rationalizing vendors, rationalizing applications, and the like. Implementing the DFD project, that is huge. Of course, it's not done. We're not declaring victory yet. We don't have a sign on a battleship yet, but we're getting there. And that's huge, and the city has been, and the council especially, has been very supportive of that. Just the day-to-day operations for IT, I would say that the council has been very supportive of that. I would also say that the one area that anybody in my position that loses any sort of sleepover is cybersecurity. And I would very much say that the city has very objectively in a much better cybersecurity posture today than they were when we took over. And that is a continuing, evolving area, as you can imagine. But there's nothing that I would say just right out that the council is not supporting. And so we have been very grateful and very blessed and very grateful for that.
You know, when we first brought you guys on, we were having some issues in IT. Where we were in the beginning to now has been tremendous advancement for our city and for our residents and for our staff. It's an investment because the dollars that are spent, I don't know that we had a budget really that was just identifying IT throughout the city. So we've made a tremendous amount of progress. We need to continue to work through that, but y'all have really done what I think is a great job for the city of Terrell. So, does anybody have any questions or comment?
I have a question.
Yes.
When you say you're the IT department, so you take care of our iPads?
We take care, if it's city-owned, yes. And if it's your personal one, you can come see me, we'll help you.
No, the city.
Yes, the city devices, everything from iPad servers, network, yes.
Okay, and then any programs that are on the iPad you can help us with?
Yes, we can, with the caveat that I might not know the program that you're working on, or we might not have expertise in it, but yes, for the most part, we can help you with that.
Okay, so the programs that are on part of the platforms, not programs, they're platforms that you use for city, police, and another one. There's 3 platforms. Those are 3 different platform names that handle different types of programs for the city.
Correct. Correct. So those are what we call, again, I don't want to bore everyone, and I know we've got limited time. Those are what we call enterprise applications, meaning they are enterprise resource applications. They're not ones that you buy off of, an iPhone, iOS, App Store or something like that. They take a lot of care and feeding. They take a lot to install them and get them running and keep them running and those kinds of things. So yes, there are 3 major components that we've implemented as part of the Digital Front Door project. That is for public safety, or the PD, and even though it has its own name, it's all part of the Tyler ecosystem, Tyler Systems ecosystem. And part of that, the reason why we went with them is because they do have a very comprehensive set of applications for any given municipality. And because it has a common infrastructure underneath, including databases and documents and all of that kind of stuff, it makes for the integration of all of that much more seamlessly than if we were just packing on various point solutions from different vendors. So yes, and then on the desktop side, everything from Microsoft Word to your Google browser, all of those things, our team supports all of that.
Okay.
Could we go back to the IT service desk stats for FY24? You had mentioned the fact that our PD is probably half of that chart. Is that uncommon, or is?
No, it's not, and I joke about it, but honestly, somebody has to be the highest percentage, right? No, there are actually a number of systems that we support at the PD, not just from an applications perspective and a server background perspective, but the cameras, the body-worn cameras, all of those kinds of things. So if you can just imagine the number of employees there, the fact that they're wearing these devices, they're in the cars, they're all over the PD, and they're constantly being moved in and out with different people on different shifts, in and out of cars, those kinds of things. So there are a fair number of them that we get calls on, and so I would say that's typical.
Okay, I just didn't want the council to be,
Yes, and I didn't mean to imply that. It was
okay,
more of a
thank you.
at the
Does
chief
anybody
than
have
anything.
Yes, if I can.
Yes.
As you can see, that we break out rest of the city by department, where we don't really do that with the police department. So it's not fair, because we're not breaking down the detectives and the patrol and every part of them. We make them as a whole.
Yeah, no, I knew there was an explanation for it. I just want to make sure everybody knew.
Sure.
Yes.
I have 2 questions. Help me understand the IT service desk structure in terms of number of staff, and then the city liaison and what that looks like. And then 2, My second question here is, I'd like to learn about any metrics, if any, that you have in place related to like the average resolution time, and just in general for resolutions of tickets.
Yep, so we use what we in the business call an ITSM system, which is a ticketing system. And in that system, as long as everything is recorded, we can report stats on those. So while I have pulled these 4 stats, there's a whole other series of stats that we can pull and provide at your discretion and your request. As far as the staffing goes, we have, it's 4 FTEs, 4 FTEs across the PD and here. That's actually spread out over about 6 individuals. So you will see, generally speaking, we always have somebody here stationed at the City Hall who actually sits right behind Chambers. And then we have somebody usually always at the PD. We also do take after hours and weekend calls as well when there's issues.
And the question around like any city staff liaison, I'm thinking about the structure in terms of, you have staff, so you're a contractor, you have staff at our facilities. And is there a staff member we here at the city have that has some level of authority, like follow-up to the staff, or, are you two on call 24 hours?
Oh, no. No, so the folks that we have are what I would call our technicians, the 4 or 5 folks that we have distributed throughout the city, and they travel all over the city. Whenever there's a ticket, they get up and go wherever needed. They will escalate if they have a technical problem, a business problem, somebody's mean to them, right? Whatever it is, that doesn't happen very often. Anything like that, then they can escalate that to Trace, who also has a little bit of gray hair. He's been around for a while, like myself. They can escalate those technical things to me. And then from a more of a business perspective, I'm the liaison for the city. I work with Mark and Mr. Sims as the virtual CIO. So we talk about more strategic things and kind of address those kinds of things on an ongoing basis.
Okay, so it sounds like you're, both Mike and Mark are what we'll call our city liaisons for IT contractors, and I'm hearing that there are occasional or regular conversations that are happening regarding all the services that you offer. Would that be an accurate statement? Thank you.
So
Shaking your head, yes? Okay. Yeah, we're both shaking our heads, yes.
I'm curious, as someone who sort of saw firsthand the broad-based impact of the ransomware attack on the city of Dallas that occurred recently, what steps have we taken to prevent something like that happening in Terrell? In Dallas, we saw issues around public safety and dispatch and finance and every department. And I think it's initiated with somebody who just clicked on an email they shouldn't have clicked on. So how are we in a robust way preventing that from happening?
So there's a fair amount of details that I could share, but would recommend not sharing in public forum. So we'd be happy to come back and address the council in private forum where that information.
That makes sense, but you feel confident that you've addressed those vulnerabilities?
I do. As I said, right, it's one of those things, anybody in my business, you don't always sleep well just because things are happening constantly. The rise of AI being used by bad actors. Now, on the benefit side of that, the defense mechanisms are also using AI as well, so there's a counterbalance there. But yes, as I mentioned, it is a continuum, right? I will give you one stat. Generally speaking, this comes from CISA. If you are attacked, or by the time you get a ransom note saying that you are attacked, the perpetrators have typically been in your systems for about 6 months and gotten everything out of it that they want, and now they're just coming for the money, right? And so I have to say, I will be very honest, right? I don't always sleep well at night because I just think, we're just a click away from having one of those letters, right? And who's to say that we're not, right? We do everything that we can, both proactively and reactively, to defend the city against cyber attack.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is discuss and consider emergency utility repair, water and wastewater, 300 Highway 20 is going to be DJ Bauer.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor. We had in the last end of January a rainstorm at adjacent to Kings Creek. We have a manhole, if you look on the next one forward. Right there, it's manhole 104, which is behind the QT. That's I-20 to the south and the airport runway to the east. We had a washout due to the high velocities of the rain, washed out the support underneath the water line and a sewer line. At that manhole, it dropped at about 2 feet, so we had a break in the sewer line and a break in the water line. We needed to hire a contractor to make the repairs immediately. They are making the repairs. They haven't quite finished all of them yet, but the lines are connected. We're no longer having a sanitary sewer overflow, and the water line is fixed. But they do have to backfill, and we're doing concrete encasement. The contractor we hired to do this work is Elite Mulching. They have worked for the city before and have given us reasonable prices. We do not have a final amount yet because we don't know what the total work level is, but we are asking for your consideration to give the city manager authorization to execute those contracts once we have them finalized with the total scope of work. The budget in this request is 150, but I think it's going to be much less than that. But until we actually get it, we don't know what that final work effort's going to be. Do you have any questions?
So the amount requested is not to exceed the 150?
Correct.
All right, 150,000.
Are you going to be a part of the negotiations?
Yes, I actually will negotiate it first and then give the proposal to Mr. Sims.
Okay, and this is work that our employees cannot do?
Part of it is we can do, but we also have other duties of fixing other leaks and everything else. And this one was a little bit bigger than normal with both the water and the sewer together, working in a wet environment. And our guys were just too tired to really be able to do the job effectively. This one is a big job, and it would have taken all our crews, and we wouldn't have been able to respond to other work in the remainder of the city.
Remember, this was occurring around the same time that DJ knew that our team was going to have to be attentive to the Town North issue that was so difficult for us. And so in order to keep everything else going, sometimes an emergency causes you to bring the contractor in to make sure that all the other daily business continues to get done.
So,
Any
DJ,
verbiage in the contract to tell us how long this repair will last? Is it just kind of putting a Band-Aid on it?
We try and do these repairs so they will last the 20 or 30 years of the remainder of the system until we can replace it. This one, we are encasing everything in concrete. We've redone the manhole, we raised the manhole higher, putting a new lid and a ring and cover on it, bolting it down. We are also encasing the water line across the sewer line to meet TCQ requirements, because this line was originally built in the 70s and 60s before the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality was even a agency in Texas. So the way it was built then would not be built that way today, but we are making the best of what we have to work with.
DJ, we repaired this area in October of last year, right, a few months ago.
Correct.
What was the cost of those repairs? Do you recall?
That one, the first time around, was a little under $15,000, and that was just the water line. We didn't have anything to do with the sewer line.
Okay, but now a few months later, we're doing a similar repair, but this is hopefully a more permanent version of the
Yes,
repair?
it's more permanent, and now this was both the water and the sewer, because the water undermined the support underneath the sewer.
Okay.
And that dropped the water line, because we had that encased and broke, but all that weight dropped everything, and the water line wasn't designed to support.
And we feel like re-encasing it all in concrete is going to make it a more permanent fix.
Yes, and we're actually bringing it down to undisturbed subgrade.
Okay, and we're saying not to exceed, so if this comes in at 50,000, what are we going to do with the rest of that? So we're just, the rest
It
will be
becomes
spent.
available for us for other emergencies.
Making sure, okay.
How did you come up with 150,000?
It was just a guess. Just because I'd rather be high and make sure that we could pay the contractor for those services rather than come in and say, oh, it's not going to exceed 25,000, and then it comes back at 27,500.
How much will it slow us down to have a more accurate number for us as the decision makers?
This is discussed. We will have accurate numbers by the time you have the next meeting.
It's on for discuss and consider, just to be clear, yeah.
We will actually have a final on our next meeting in first weekend in March, or first Tuesday in March. We will actually have the proposals because they will all be done, and we'll have.
How fast, or do we need to get this done? Like, when will the work start if we?
It's already, basically the work is already, most of the work has already been done. We still need to backfill and clean it up and do the site restoration. But because of the fact that the sewer line was open and spilling into Kings Creek, the water line was leaking and we had to get it fixed immediately, we gave the contractor, under the emergency services requirement, immediate authorization to proceed so we could get it closed up and minimize the city's exposure to environmental issues and the loss of water.
With most of the work already done, do we have a estimated number of what the contractors have?
We've had a preliminary, I got a number about a half hour ago, and right now we're at about 35,000. 10,000 for water, 25,000 for sewer.
Where is this money, the funding coming from?
This is coming from our UCR pay-as-you-go.
And when does the, under the emergency, under the emergency, I guess, well, for lack of better words, rules here, when do we, is there a specific time frame for when we owe payment to the contractor contracted for emergency services?
It's the typical 30 days. Once they submit an invoice, we approve it. Once we receive the invoice, we have 30 days to approve and get it paid.
And
There's not a expedited pay for them.
And that's in line with, of course, the March
Yeah.
1st date.
The thing that under the emergency actions is normally under city policy, we are supposed to get 3 proposals from 3 different contractors, find the most qualified, and then issue a notice to proceed and work. In doing it in an emergency, very seldom do we have the time, and very seldom do we have the 3 or 4 contractors available that can give us prices immediately and are able to mobilize that quickly. So in this case, we were looking for a contractor to mobilize that we've worked with before that has given us reasonable prices in the past.
Okay, then I would, based on what I've heard, then I would want this to come back on March the 1st.
Yeah, 4th.
On what?
The next
March.
council meeting be the,
On mine, I'm seeing discuss and consider. Are we discussing and consider this?
You have that option.
So, normally when we have a discuss and consider, we're asking for authorization to move forward with, and I see that the staff has recommended that we do so in an amount not to exceed $150,000. Is that not what we're looking at tonight?
that is your choice. I would prefer to do that because that way we can, once we get the contract and we can have them, Mr. Sims execute it, then we can go ahead and they can submit an invoice and we can get it paid and get them paid sooner.
And I agree, but I'm hearing some discussion on the dais about are we authorizing an amount that is much more than what we think the costs are going to be? Is that a yes or no answer?
It is not going, definitely not going to exceed 150,000. I don't think it's going to exceed 50,000.
Is there any assurance for the council that if it's 75 or 80,000, we're not going to blow the remainder amount of money somewhere else?
Yes, that it's only for this project.
It can only be for this project.
Yes.
I'm trying to get clarity for the council. I feel confident in it, but I want to make sure everybody else is clear on it. And if you have a question or you need to make sure that you hold staff responsible for something, then that would be the direction the questions needs to be. Let's get some assurance that this is only for this project, and then if it is 60,000, it'll be 60,000 that we expend, not the 150. Or if it's 125, it won't be 150. That's the assurance I think that the council is looking for.
So just, you go ahead, sir.
Mayor, what would be helpful to me going forward is, in these cases, if we could get, when we do a not to exceed, a post-mortem after the project's completed, where they come back and let us know, okay, we ended up only spending this amount on this project. So we kind of see what the result was instead of it kind of being left hanging.
That's an absolutely reasonable response.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, happy to do it. I just want to provide a little clarification so everybody kind of thinks through the flow of information here. Remember that last Thursday, we didn't necessarily know how much money this was going to cost. And so we want to make sure we get it on the agenda. We certainly did use a higher number because we didn't know when the hole was open and all of the work was going on, if we were going to have to excavate another 20 feet this direction or 40 feet that way, or what we might need to do. And so it's frankly kind of a good news thing, because when we put on the agenda, we were concerned it was going to be meaningfully more expensive. But we do want to post your agendas on Thursdays. We do want to have, good, transparent communication about the problem we're dealing with. So it was a note of caution by staff to bring it forward with a higher dollar amount. If you look at the staff recommended action, it's extremely clear about what the money can be spent for. So, we'll definitely go with whatever council's discretion here is. I just want to let you know that when we put on the agenda posting on Thursday evening, we're trying to be cautious about not knowing how much more work is ahead of us.
I certainly understand, and it's reasonable explanation for me that because of the agenda being posted on Thursday that we would do that. But, I appreciate the council's concern on the dollars. So there's nothing wrong with any of us questioning and making sure, and then for staff to respond as they have, and then we can move forward with the motion. And
I got a question.
yes,
What percentage of the work is done with the $35,000 number?
We are at about 85%. Basically, we are on the backfilling and site restoration stage.
To me, you would make the motion lower.
That's fine with me. If you want to make it to
If you're
50,000.
already at 80%, I can tell you what 80%, what 20 more percent would be of 35,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can do that pretty quick. 42,000,
well, again, so,
But we would make it, we wouldn't triple it, like, to me, we wouldn't triple or quadruple what we
No.
need if we know that we're 80% done at 35,000.
I wrote the 150,000 last Thursday, as Mike said, before I knew where we're at. I didn't find out till we were at 35 to 40,000 until a half hour ago when I got the proposals from the contractor. So I am giving you the latest information that I didn't have,
It's okay
4
to
days
tell
ago.
us that when you start, like, we got a proposal of 80%. Now I know it's at 35,000. So my request is, I think that's okay to say that. To me, it is.
If I may, it may seem like minutia that we're kind of going back and forth about this particular sort of a not to exceed, but I think considering how near the knuckle the budget was last year, it's important to consider these expenditures. And I think the concern from council sometimes is if we're doing a not to exceed 150,000, then if you're kind of writing a blank check saying, well, we can spend 150,000 on this project, if we're kind of limiting it a little bit more and saying, reining it in and saying, well, we can only spend this amount, we might be a little more budget conscious in terms of how we approach these things.
I think that's all excellent. I agree with the mayor. This is a great, healthy conversation. Let's try this question for our Director of Utilities. Standing here today, now that you have additional information, is there a number other than 150,000 that you would be comfortable with?
50,000.
you're not cutting yourself short.
No,
You're
I'm
gonna come
not
back
cutting
next
myself
week and
short.
say,
As she says,
I'm
we're
not
at,
trying to hurt you. If we need to go 60,000, I'm
no,
okay with that.
50,000 is fine.
Tripling and quadrupling and.
well, that's good. Hey, that's why we have meetings right here. This is why you have council meetings.
Then I want to know this for my future knowledge. I do.
And we will come back with a consent item or a report that we can put in your packet that will give you a breakdown of what was paid for, what was done, how it was split between water and sewer, and pictures and everything else, so that you can see a full.
Hey, a dollar saved is a dollar earned. Y'all just earned $100,000. Good job.
Expertise in municipal, government. Ideally, how would we pray for an emergency like this? Would it be the UCRs? Is that what cities do when something like this happens? Just pay for it with the reserve, with the UCRs and the pay-as-you-go? They do that?
Yes, most of them have a contingency that is used for emergencies, because normally most entities have their capital improvement projects and budgets that are already underway, that the money's already been allocated for, that they can't use for emergencies. So they have to have a emergency fund to be able to fund and pay for an unexpected erosion where it blows out two sanitary sewer lines 24-inch in diameter, and you've got water spilling into a creek, or you've got a 30-inch main like Louisville had that's blown up a city street. Those things are all hands on deck and cost a lot of money to fix.
I'm just thinking about 50,000 and pay as you go or whatever. I'm just like, for real? With our budget, with a 40 million budget. But I'm just thinking out loud.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good discussion. Thank you. You
Mayor,
have one?
I'm gonna, motion to authorize the city manager to execute emergency services contract with Elite Construction Mulching LLC for water and wastewater repairs at and near MH4 behind QT near 300 Highway 20, amount not to exceed $50,000, combined water and wastewater linear repair, with a report to follow after the completion of the project and invoice.
All right. Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velasquez, District 3, a second from Stephanie Holmes Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem, District 4, to authorize the city manager to execute an emergency service contract with Elite Construction and Mulching LLC for water and wastewater repairs at or near MH04 behind QT near 300 Highway 20, an amount not to exceed $50,000 combined for water and wastewater line repair, and to report back to the council on the progress. Is there any further discussion?
Just good to hear that it didn't turn into, any infiltration of our water system or big
Right.
issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Good work. Thank you for being transparent, giving us the numbers, answering the questions. That's all we want. We need this done. I'm 100%
Okay.
with
Okay.
Thank you, DJ.
And FYI, the grinder pumps they start construction this week on Anderson Street.
What?
Slide an extra bonus.
All right. So a motion and second. There any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. A vote of those present. Good job, council. Our next item on the
Public
agenda is
council.
5.4. Discuss legislative update, senior policy analyst, Omira Mata.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a really fun legislative update for you guys. Please feel free to stop me and ask questions at any time. I'm going to try to run through it and then at the end kind of circle around, have a little bit of information here for y'all. Ooh, should I turn it on? There we go. So in regards to federal funding, I know that there was some concerns about our funding. I did hear from our housing director, Denise, that our HUD funds were distributed as usual, so there was no bumps in the road on that. All of our voucher payments for Section 8 housing did get paid, so that's good. At the current time, there is no existing impacts to current programs or grants that the city is receiving. However, we'll try to keep up with that and communicate if we do see any or kind of see where that is going. We have some upcoming bond options in regards to the school district and the county. Earlier, the Terrell ISD board met at 5:30 this evening, and the school board voted to have a bond for the May 3rd ballot for the citizens' approval. It's a $274 million recommendation bond. So that will be on the May 3rd ballot, as well as Kaufman County Juvenile Detention Center. That was approved by the Commissioners Court on February 4th to also be on the May 3rd ballot. That project is projected at $37.5 million. So this is coming to you, as we said in the past, we have an option to do kind of a stance on what the council or individual as a council member, if you would like to pass a resolution as a unified council in support or opposition of either both or neither of these, or if we want to do individual letters of support and or opposition. We do have Kaufman County Day coming up. That is on Monday and Tuesday. Again, that's going to be meeting with our representatives. We're going to go down there as a county as a whole and kind of network with one another. We have potential state legislative priorities, transportation, economic development, healthcare, education. We will have this sheet down there whenever we get down there for Kaufman County. This kind of lists out all of the fun things that we oppose, support, et cetera. I'm happy to hand this out. You will receive this when we get down there. So our meeting's on Tuesday. You'll kind of know where we're going, what we're doing. And then on Wednesday next week, we also have a North Texas Commission reception with representatives as well. The North Texas Commission is a team that basically goes over North Texas, so it's 13 counties, kind of same as Kaufman County. It has cities. This is going to be all over North Texas. They have also their legislative priorities, water infrastructure, local government, health and well-being, education, workforce, and businesses. Mayor Carmona, Councilmember Anderson, myself, Nicole, and I didn't leave her out on purpose, but Allison will also be at this reception to network, meet with representatives, as well as North Texas Commission staff members that are on this. This is just kind of a point of reference. These are the top 25 priorities that the Lieutenant Governor has out. There should be, I believe, 14 or 15 more coming out in the next couple of days, weeks. So just so you have, I'm not going to go through them, but just so you have a reference point there. And then Senate Bill 102, it is relating to the notice and petition for the creation of municipal utility districts in certain counties. Rockwall County Commissioner Court, they passed a resolution on your screen opposing this bill. Just to summarize the resolution, basically they're saying that the bill, the way it's written, doesn't have enough wording. They're asking for more wording to give more local authority in the Commissioner's Court, more authority in the way that it's written today. So they did pass this resolution to oppose it as it currently stands, asking for a little bit stronger words there. I did reach out to Kaufman County to see kind of where they stand on it, just to communicate that to you guys. I haven't heard back from them. Once I do, if they have any stance, I will communicate that to you guys. Again, this is also a place where we have an option to provide a city council resolution or individual letters of support and opposition for this.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding to that. Turn one back.
One more.
There we go. So they're saying, let me get this right, that this bill is going to notice and petition for the creation of a MUD in certain counties. Are they saying that they are going to put more teeth in how a MUD is allowed into a county?
That is what they are wanting the bill to say.
Because it doesn't right now.
Because it doesn't. As the bill reads today, the way that I read it and the way that I assume Rockwall is reading it too, there's not enough wording that would give local authority. They want that to be into the bill.
Think of the bill proposed by Hall as enhanced notification and information that a MUD is going to be formed.
Oh.
And the criticism is that it should do that, and it should allow the Commissioner's Court some control of the MUD.
Yes, I'm familiar. What MUDs are notorious. I'm sorry. MUDs are challenging. So I would not be in support of a bill that has no teeth. And if it's just for show, because these municipal utility districts are coming, they're moving. They're just landing like spaceships. That's all, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. There's a resolution, kind of moving more onto federal. We do have National League of Cities coming up in March. Again, this is going to be good networking for everybody, kind of meet other cities, meet with those federal agencies. North Texas Commission will also be there. They have a federal legislative priorities. This is a list of kind of the areas that they are focusing on: economic strength, education and workforce, infrastructure, and water. They will also be there. I don't have all the details on their meetings and all of their fun stuff, but I will make sure that you guys are aware of that before we leave. And then Allison kind of covered this in her good news report, but just representation for the city of Terrell, Mayor Carmona, and Councilmember Anderson are serving on federal advocacy committees for NLC, as well as members of Small Cities Council, both for one-year terms. So it's very good that they're getting there representing. And does anyone have any questions?
Let me just throw in here I want everybody to think about process. It's council's discretion whether or not to decide to vote on any particular resolution related to a bond program or state legislation or federal legislation. So what staff's looking for here is some feedback to Amira on any of these that you would like staff to schedule to come back for a vote, or any that you don't want to see come back for a vote. So any feedback for her on things you might want to see on the agenda at your March meetings, or you don't want to see on your agenda at the March meetings. That's the flavor of information that Amira was looking for here.
Well,
What would be helpful
you go ahead.
to me would, before voicing whether I'm, support or against, doing a resolution, is to understand, know what's going to be in either bond. I mean, school bond, of course, I have a general sense of what may be in there, but I don't know at this time. They just voted today. And as far as the county, that one's, I think, a bit more straightforward in terms of the juvenile center, but I'm not sure right now what the cost is going to be for that bond and everything that is included in there. So it would be helpful to have that information.
I do have a breakdown of the monies for both of those, and then I'm happy to share that with the council. And then the school board, Dr. Warnock did mention that their website should be live at some point after 5:30. I don't know whether that's today or tomorrow, but as soon as I get that, I'll share that link. That way you'll have that information as well.
All right.
Just one more thing that would be helpful, since it was in the agenda. The priorities that you mentioned, Amira, for Kaufman County Day, I would be very helpful to have that before arriving to Kaufman County Day.
Yes, ma'am. I can copy it and send it out, and then that way you'll have it tonight, and then you'll get a paper copy as well whenever you arrive. I can do that.
Thank you for the comprehensive update.
Yes, ma'am.
Amira, so I've been working pretty closely with the Terrell ISD Bond Steering Committee, so I'm pretty plugged into the details of that. I do know that Superintendent Warnock had mentioned that she was willing to come and give a presentation to council regarding the details of the bond. I think that would be appropriate for us to all kind of have sort of an overall scope of what's being covered there. I'm very much in support of it. I would love to vote for a resolution to, support the council behind it. As far as the Kaufman County Juvenile Detention Center, I don't know anything about that. I'd love to get someone from that project to give us an overview or behind what's being proposed there specifically.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I know our police chief was working with the group over at the county level. So, Myra, if you would, please get a representative from each to come to the council meeting.
I will reach out to them and I will make sure they are here. Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Anyone else?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is, in light of, you all have gone to these conferences more often than I have. Is the networking productive?
Yes.
Very much so.
Because while the wind is blowing above us, the political climate above us is like a typhoon. How is that going to affect what we encounter in Austin and DC? Is there, in regards to the long game, is it effective for us?
Councilwoman, I would say, just for example, in the recent TML conference, Councilwoman Velasquez and myself were able to meet with Waste Connections for a very productive meeting that I think really enhanced our service a bit.
So at the city level,
At the city level, sure. And also, we have a meeting planned at Cobbin County Day to discuss our 205 8148 project with TxDOT. So I think you can definitely set some meetings that are very productive and can get some real progress made.
I will also just contribute that, for example, last year, Raylan, who is of course leading our Quiet Zone and some of our other downtown-related grants, being at National League of Cities is a great opportunity to lobby with an elected official the grant agencies who we're going to ultimately be reading our grant applications. And you can get face-to-face with the people who actually grade your grant in the future. And I think that's a very important thing as well.
Then I just want to add, if you're going just to go, then you're correct. It's not productive. If you're going to network and if you're going to work on behalf of the city, then you really can't put a price tag on those relationships that you build. But if you're just going and you're not talking to anybody, you're not asking questions, you're not trying to find out and bring back either grant money and or contacts that we can use in the future, to Councilman Robeson's point, our relationships that we have with TxDOT, our relationship that we have with our state rep or state senator, the relationships that we have in Washington, D.C. with our representative. You don't have that and you don't utilize that, man, that's a wasted opportunity for our city, and we shouldn't do that. We should be aggressive in promoting the city of Terrell.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman, also, I'm glad you brought up that point, just to, I don't think I mentioned it during my presentation. However, I am working on setting up meetings for staff members, council members, depending on who is at NLC or in Austin, et cetera. If there is, to all council members, if there is an agency that you want to meet with or somebody that is, please reach out to me, let me know. I'm happy to kind of get that figured out and scheduled for you with our schedule. That's another thing that we do. We have staff meeting with agencies and people, but council members can also do that as well. So please let me know.
Yes, you've been very helpful for me.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Next on the agenda is discuss strategic plan update. Mr. Sims?
So this is going to be a little bit of me and then some follow-up with Omira. If you go to the next slide, we'll just sort of walk through this real quick if you can help me. Thank you. So recall from our presentation last time, the effort was to take the previous strategic plan as well as the mission, slogan, and vision statements and some of the other council-approved material and try to let staff stare at it, try to figure out what themes we were seeing. And remember, what we're stating here is it's a 3-year strategic plan for FY26, FY27, FY28. And we want to be able to say that these are outcomes that have council support so that we could look at the end of that period, right, September or October of 2028 and say, hey, these things are true about our city. And of course, under each of these categories would be a series of more specific goals for the city to accomplish. But we want to first, get them in a organization that makes sense. And then, as we've told you, one of our goals is to organize your 2 strategic plan workshops around these themes. One of the things that I think is really important here is that this helps us eliminate silos in our organization where you know what, as I've described before, you might look at several of these and say, oh, okay, well, sustainable quality of life. Well, that's going to touch Denish in our housing department. That's going to touch Glenn in our parks department. That's going to touch what we do in our partnerships with the Economic Development Corporation and with the Park and Downtown Improvement Corporation. So there's a lot that goes into sustainable quality of life. And instead of having that be just silos of departments, let's unify that and try to make sure that we're bringing you a good overall product with the full strength of the city. So not to say that these are perfect, but this is what we want you to start giving us feedback on. So O'Mara's door is open, and if you want to come in and say, well, not quite sure I like the way that's phrased, I'd like to see it different, I think you left something out, that's what this period of time is for. So the draft is safe, secure, prepared, authentic Terrell community. There was a lot of comments in our previous efforts related to keeping true to Terrell and making sure the history of Terrell got out there. And I think that that's an important one. So we kind of bundled some things together there. Sustainable quality of life, again, that's going to be everything from the affordable housing to some of the things that we looked at when we talked about the nightlife downtown and looked at the access to parks and quality of our sidewalks. Thriving Unified Core is this theme that we have over and over again to make sure that the center of the city is really a unified place and not a separate couple of chunks of different areas downtown. We want to be able to look at it and say, hey, all of downtown makes sense, and the neighborhoods around downtown are thriving as well. Regional economic leadership kind of speaks for itself. We've heard that theme quite often. The last two sound like they're very inwardly focused, right? Efficient operations and services, but that's what we're doing for our customers. We very much want to be efficient with our tax dollars and efficient in our operations. That's actually what our staff wants also. They'll get frustrated themselves if we don't give them an opportunity to really serve and be efficient about it. And then the last one there, fiscally strong, trusted municipality. That's really combining the ideas of everything that goes on in the finance department with what we do from an outreach standpoint, because transparency and how we have our communication with the public, those are really go hand in hand. And so we felt like it made sense to lump those together. Of course, all of these are draft form. We don't even bring it to you together with the word recommended on it. We're just bringing it to you as draft because we hope that you'll put your own red line on all of this. And if you want to dive deep into it, you can sit down with O'Mara anytime and go through some thoughts you might have on it. The next page is our updated schedule on this topic. We're aiming for February 4th to get that email out to you. We got it out on the 5th instead. We will hope to get feedback from everybody by the 17th. I think that's probably a little ambitious, but if you can help us sometime during the month of February to get that feedback, that very much will allow us to, again, arrange those workshops to be of service to you. And if you can help us with the outcomes on the front end, I think that will really streamline those workshops, and we'll be able to give you a product that you will be on target on March 28th and April 4th. And then you can see the rest of the schedule there is just completing the document and having an opportunity to vote on the document. I won't go through the rest of the material here, but the next page just starts in on here's the list, and then the next page is sort of how it got made by staff, which is, oh, okay, all of these different things are things council already said, where we're just trying to log them, figure them out, and see how they could go into different categories. And then if you go a few more pages through this, you'll see where the existing strategic plan is. But again, the goal is an FY26, FY27, FY28 strategic plan with some unified priorities that we can then build some good goals off of. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. You can ask O'Mara any questions, and we'll just take some council direction.
Okay, does anyone have any question?
I have a great deal of feedback, I guess is the right way to put it. Would it be appropriate then just to schedule that separately with O'Mara instead of kind of bogging the council meeting down with kind of going by this line by line?
Yes.
Do we want to each kind of take upon ourselves to schedule a meeting to discuss it on our own, or do we feel that there'd be value in us discussing it as a group?
No, I agree with you. I think if we can set a time with Amira individually, let her go through it and get it ready for presentation on that first workshop, then we would also.
Yeah, and my hope is if council's inclined, then spend some time with Amira during the month of February. And what we'd love to do is bring back another attempt at it on March the 4th. If I could have, if we're going to have a draft back out to you based on your feedback on March 4th, and then if Amira hears completely different things from different council people, we'll deal with that. If it all seems to be rumbling in the same direction, great, we'll tell you that. And on March 4th, you'll be able to see, okay, how does that list look after feedback from council meetings, okay?
I do have a question.
Yes.
This list of these priority outcomes, are they ranked in any order, or are they just listed?
Did not intend an order to them at this time, yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
Very much available for council to provide an order to them.
I have found meeting with any of the staff, especially, at this time, O'Meara has been very helpful.
Okay.
I can ask in-depth questions, get the answers that I need, and have a better sense of direction.
Good.
So it's been very beneficial for me.
Wonderful.
My question will kind of help us transition us to our next agenda item. And if, for Mike, for Mark, finance, in our updated financial system, does it allow us the capability to plug in these priorities to be assigned with spending?
That's not where we are now, but that's a thing we'd all love to get to in the future.
And so what I'm hearing is that we do have the capability at this time. I'm going to correct me if I'm wrong here. Is it that we can't do that now because we're not done with specific phases of the implementation of the system, or because our staff does not have the flexibility at this time?
I would say that one very big IT project is to transition from one accounting system to another. And that's what we've spent, a good chunk of the last, 2.5 years on. Another question is, can we transition that system to a goal-based budgeting or a priorities-based budgeting? That's certainly a thing that gets done by cities, and we all love it. But we just recognize there's a bit of a crawl, walk, run there. I don't know, Mark, you might want to, or Shelley, anybody want to take a shot at the length of time it would take to fully transition and fully implement some goal-based budgeting?
It would depend on to what extent we'd want to do that. The system itself does not have that capability. It is simply an accounting system. We could do it if we were to restructure our chart of accounts, which would be a pretty significant undertaking, but we could restructure the chart of accounts based on priority, but as priorities change, then the chart of accounts would have to change. It's primarily going to have to be something that we're doing offline.
And then, do you have experience, Mark, with how other cities have done it offline?
I have never been in an organization that has specifically done priority-based budgeting. We typically, where I've come from, it was tracked offline but not by dollar. It was more, what are the council goals? Which departments are contributing to them and in what way? But there was not a specific dollar amount tied to each.
Maybe it would be helpful to contribute to say, think about where we're trying to go as staff with this. So just pick any one of these, and not to say that they're perfect, but I'll use the first one as a for example. You say, okay, we want to be safe, secure, prepared. Okay, well, what would a specific goal like that be? So let's pretend that we had never made the transition from basic life service to advanced life service. So you might have a recommendation from Chief LaCroix, or you might have a recommendation from council. Let's add a goal that says we want to move from basic life service in the fire department to advanced life service. Okay, you list that as a goal under there, and then there's some benchmarks, right? One step is changing your requirement between to go from EMTs to paramedics. Another benchmark is hours of training that you're paying for and providing for your firefighters. Another benchmark is, you know, maybe some work related to your cooperation and your agreements with CareFlight, because you're going to change some of the management of that. So the individual benchmarking that happens under individual goals is a tracking that we'd be happy to talk about. Okay, that benchmark is going to cost you that much money, or that benchmark is something we can afford in FY26, or it's something we cannot afford until FY28, or we're not sure, we need to do some more work on it. Just getting the step under our belt of getting ourselves moved from, and I'm just being self-critical of our strategic plan. Our strategic plan now was a good step forward because we used to not do one. Now we do one, and we've been doing one for several years. And we kind of sat down as staff and said, let's take the next step forward. The next step forward is to do a better strategic plan that has themes, priority outcomes, goals, and then benchmarks under those. I think at least part of what you're looking for, we can provide when we get to the step of benchmarking this, right? Because even this summer, you can say, aha, I see 3 benchmarks for that goal, I see 2 benchmarks for that goal, I see another one for that goal, and you've seen staff at least give you the feedback about which ones we feel like are affordable and which ones you may want to say, nope, you told me it's not affordable, but by golly, I really want to make sure it happens. And then we figure out a financial solution for it, right? A lot of that conversation can start to happen when we get down to benchmarking the details associated with a list like this. Not necessarily that this list is perfect, but once you benchmark a list, you're going to be much better off with the council's ability to steer the decision-making based on its goals. That's what we're trying to get to here.
Yeah, and then I appreciate the progression of where we were before and where we're headed, where there's more description, benchmarking that will happen, and we have a level of that already when we're discussing items during the budget retreats, or items are brought before us, and how much these priorities are going to cost us, right? But I don't want to just dismiss the idea of doing some sort of like budget performance measure. I'm not saying, hey, let's ask staff to kind of redo some of the work that they've already done this year. So I'm being mindful of their workload, but I would also, encourage my fellow council members and the city to continue to have a conversation on different types of budget performance measures that are tied to the goals of the city and the goals of the council, knowing that those do change, but there can be an additional level of benchmarking and performance measures.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is discuss FY24 end of the year financial report. Our Director of Finance, Shelley Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am proud to bring you the FY24 unaudited financial summaries. It seems like it's been a while before I've stood before you and shared some of our financial information with you. With that being said, let's get started. What you're looking at, this first page is our cash and investments balance summary. And what you should see in your packet is that this information is contained at the bottom of each fund's financial summary and represents the beginning and ending and the change in those that spend for cash and investments. I don't know if you want me to read through this list or walk down through it, but as you can see, we have had a few, basically this is a variance between where we started at the beginning of the fiscal year and where we're ending. And so, we did a revised budget, which was the budgeted amendment. And so, the third column then is our unaudited cash summary or cash and investment summary per fund.
No, you don't have to read through the list. When I saw the first time, I was concentrating, this is I concentrated on the red. And I concentrated on the word utility.
So what I would like to direct your attention to, even on some of the red, is that you take that and you compare that to some of what was, of what the originally budgeted numbers were, and what the revised versus what we actually spend when you get to the fund summary.
So the utility, is this the PUC utilities? Is that what this is? Our utilities, what we collect from people?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is, what is that?
So basically, Fund 6,000, which we will get to probably in about 2 slides.
Okay.
But what you're seeing on the cash and investments balance summary will be the beginning of the year where we started with cash for that fund, where we ended at 9/30/24, and what that change in the beginning and end, up or down. So
at the end of 2024's fiscal year, we were $141,765 short in the utility fund, in the red.
we had a loss, or we had excess expenditures over revenues that were 141,000 more than we had budgeted.
So, okay, so my question should be then, what comes out of the utilities? Is this utility fund, you know what I'm saying? Am I asking us the right question?
So you have.
Is this the subject that I sat in? Is this the man that told me we have a public utility fund?
So let me just
Is
try
that
to.
what this is?
Yes, ma'am, and I
And
will.
we have it in, and we're supposed to have a reserve?
Yes, ma'am, and if you
And
would.
it's in the red.
But that's for the year.
For
Yes,
the
ma'am.
year.
That's a 12-month period.
Right, but,
I think it would be helpful if we had a moment to clarify one piece of paper versus the next and the next and the next. This page was provided as a useful summary of all of the following pages which Shelley is about to present to you.
okay,
And so this is simply a high-level overview so that you could look at all of your funds in a combined way. The first column says cash and investments revised budget. That's what the city council voted to end its revised budget with cash and investments at the end of September 2024. And so we thought it would be useful for council to see how close did the actual performance of the city get to what the budgeted dollar amounts were. And so if it's black here, that means that our cash and investments is slightly higher than budgeted. And if it's red here, that means that our cash and investments are slightly lower in the unaudited version of it. For all of the Y, it'll be necessary for Shelley to turn the page and start going fund by fund.
okay. Well, this is the sheet that's in the front of the budget book, right?
Right.
It's similar to it, yes, ma'am.
I think what would be helpful, Shelley, is if we allow you to get through your presentation, and then after you're done, then council will have some questions for you, okay?
Sounds like a
Do
plan.
that.
Okay, so we're going to start with the general fund. And so I want to direct your kind of focus to the very last column, as that will, the next to the last column, which will represent our fiscal year 2024 year-to-date actuals. And so as so for the revenues, we were almost 100% collected. And we were also in our expenditures about consistent with what we collected is consistent with about what we spent. So we were 99.3% collected in our revenues. However, the flip side of that is that we underspent our expenditures by about 0.7. So we were also at a 99.3% expenditures actuals to budgeted or to revised budget. That section down at the bottom is captured on that very first page that you looked at.
Okay.
So our second page is our utility fund. Again, we were just slightly under collected in our revenues, but we were at 99.6%, slightly overspent in our expenditures with about 0.3 over. And again, what we budgeted, we were about $148,000 overspent compared to what our revised budget was for FY24. So in our utility capital reserve fund, again, we were pretty much right at 100, slightly over 100% in our collected revenue, and slightly below on our on our expenditure spend. As you can see in our contract and professional services, we were slightly over expended. However, we were slightly under expended in our capital projects and outlays. Our capital improvement fund, same thing, we performed very well. If you look at what our expenditures were, slightly over collected in our revenues at a 0.5%. However, we were slightly over expended. However, not in a material way on our expenditures. As you can see, what basically drove that was the roadway projects for FY24. Our stormwater fund, we were pretty much at 100% collected in our revenues. Same thing with our spend. We were actually well under our expenditures, mainly due to some of us not initiating some projects that we had budgeted for. Our impact fees, we collected well in our revenues, and again, we were slightly over expended in our expenditures. However, we were more over collected in our revenues to more than accommodate for the slight spend at about 3% over expended, and we were about 23% over collected in our revenues. Paddock, our Parks and Downtown Investment District. So we had sales tax that were slightly above, slightly above what we had anticipated, which had us over collected in our revenue at about 15%. We were also overextended by about 17%, but if you look at it on a net basis, we were just slightly overexpended in our budget. But it's still healthy, and our ending number looks good for the year. Here's our tiers number 1. We were right under our 100% budget, which is really good. We were only about 1.6% off on our revenue. We were well below, almost 10% below what we had budgeted to spend. And overall, it looks good. I think we're in a healthy place. Power Center, we were 100% collected in our tax revenue. Also, we were well under almost 25% under expended in our budget at 76.4%. Our tiers number 2, as you can see, any movement, because the funds are kind of small right now in value, so any movement will give you a huge, kind of a huge variance. But overall, we're collected right at what we budgeted in our revenues and a slight underspend on our expenditures. The same holds true for tiers number 3 and 4. Our tourism fund, so this fund is comprised of taxes that we receive from our local motels and hotels. And we collected over what we anticipated in terms of revenues. And we were pretty much at our level of expenditures. As you can see, there's the transfers out consist of what the city, what this fund transfers to the hotel event center on an annual basis. The next fund is the hotel event center. And as you can see, the hotel motel tax is what is transferred in from the tourism fund. And we were slightly under budget in our revenue for the hotel event center and slightly over in our expenditures, but all in all, the fund is in a healthy end of year position. Our parkland dedication fund. So as you can see, we did well in our collection of revenue for the various zones that comprise that fund. And all of the expenditures were out of the southwest quadrant of park and development, and that was also under expended in the budget. Again, this is another fund that is also ending the year in a healthy place at almost $2.2 million. Our interest in sinking funds, number 1 and 2, are the funds that we pay the city's debt from. So we pretty much collect, we collect the taxes. The taxes make up the bulk of that revenue, and then our expenditures are the debt payments that we make for the various debt that the city holds. And the same holds true for interest in sinking number 1, which pretty much holds all of the utility and utility capital reserve funds debt. And we also pay those debt obligations for utility and the utility capital reserve fund from interest in sinking number 2. Our employee support fund is also one of these other funds that we transfer various funds from from fleet, from general fund, and from utility for employee benefits, employee deductions, and so on. This fund holds those values, and we also pay the city's health care claims also from this fund. And that concludes my presentation of the fiscal year 24 financial summaries. Are there any questions?
Is there a particular fund that you think the council needs to be concerned with? In balance?
At this point, Mayor, no, I do not. Also keep in mind these fund summaries are unaudited. Right. So we will, me and my team will continue to work on the prepared by client portion for our audit. Some totals may change, but not in a material way.
Right. Okay. Is there any questions? And this is a snapshot for the 12-month period for
yes, sir.
2024. Not what we've been historically collecting and putting in reserves. This is just that 12-month period that we're looking at. Yes?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
When should these be audited and kind of updated? Like, when will we have those, and what's the standard timing for that usually if we're on our game and everything's perfect?
So we are getting ready to start our audit in March, and we will do everything in our power to expedite those financials. You know, as you know, we've moved to a new system, so I can't say with great certainty if that will delay or how much that will delay, but we know that's going to be one of the challenges that we face in getting the audit completed.
Yeah. Our grant agencies would tell you that the end of June is the deadline they like us to hit with providing an audit to them.
Shelley, thank you. I know the finance department has undergone some transitions with staffing and the software, and so it's good to see the report come in. When should we expect to either have you come before us again or have additional finance information for financials for 2025 come through even as a like a consent agenda item, or informational report?
So right now, I am looking to present at the January financials to you in the first meeting of April, I believe. Right now, we're on about a 60-day turnaround time. However, as we gain efficiencies from our processes, continue to assess legacy processes and convert those to the new system type processes, that is how I believe we will gain efficiency and be able to reduce that 60-day turnaround time to be able to come to you on a monthly basis. We're coming on a monthly basis starting in April. However, we're trying to just reduce like that 60-day lag between what we are putting before you.
Okay, and thank you for that 60 turnaround notice from like whether it's January, February, or March, and then knowing 60 days out is when you are seeing a turnaround for having those financials ready and available for us to review as well. Except I'm also, and I don't want my questions to sound like I'm trying to overwork our staff or, so I'm going to give you that caveat. So what I'm trying to understand the staffing, because you have yourself and 2 additional staff members. Or is that 3?
There's 5, well, including the billing office. We have the billing office as well. So right now I have 5 permanent full-time and 2 consultants, 1 in the billing office and 1 over at Old City Hall.
And Old City Hall, okay. And do you find with the amount of duties, because I know you have not just only the preparation of the reports, there's additional duties that the finance department does. Do you find that you and your staff are working overtime at this time? Do you feel like you're able to get in the work in the 40 hours? How does that look like right now?
So it's challenging, and sometimes it's kind of event specific in terms of us as a team. We're bringing in a firm to assess and kind of audit how we work, what it looks like, and see where we can possibly assess to gain efficiencies, to assess for maybe standardize more best practices that are more standardized or consistent with other municipalities. With that being said, like I said, I think it's been more event specific. So, say if someone has, like we're still converting certain information over from the legacy system. And so I'll ask for that staff person to put together like the process. And then I'll take however many records and then kind of convert that into man hours required. So say we may end up, everybody may have to do 4 hours on a Saturday. And we could knock out that entire backlogs, things like that. So that's why I say it's kind of event specific.
No, well, I appreciate you and sharing that information, and I certainly, even in my current 8 to 5 role, understand the still having to get the work product that you're responsible for every single day, and the transitioning of systems. But I was trying to understand, and even like workflows, right? Documenting new workflows and what works, what doesn't, but trying to get a better understanding of where we were in terms of staffing and turnaround time. So thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I think it's worthwhile to issue a thank you to Shelley. You have to remember, when she became first interim finance director and then later finance director, all 24 months of her tenure in those positions has been taking the Munis project, which when she took it over, that's our transition to Tyler. When she took it over, it was behind, and it got completed. And she's been able to, tread the water and get things done. 100% of the advice that we got when we started the transition between the old Harris system and the new Tyler Munis system was, this is going to be really, really hard and stressful on the finance department. And I can tell you that was 100% true. And there are a bunch of troopers over there that they've been able to work through that process, and there's the light at the end of the tunnel now. So we're very pleased about that. I appreciate the request or the comment about, staffing, because resources are a major issue. We never want to downplay that. There is a single vacancy in her operating unit right now, which was originally pegged as a senior project accountant. And after some discussions between Mark and Shelley, they brought forward the recommendation of it's probably better to attempt to recruit that position as an assistant director of finance. We'll probably get a better slot and a better position and a better help for our organization if we did that. So I said, okay, I like that recommendation. I'm gonna go with that. So you will see us working through the process of advertising for and trying to recruit an assistant director of finance. And I think that's, again, just one of those other additional steps. Shelley mentioned a few steps of trying to make sure that we are putting the legacy system behind us and moving forward to this, to the new era. So we're going to be optimistic about it and be very glad that we've got turned the corner on Munis.
So, quick question. So, I have a background as a corporate project manager, so I know it to be dangerous, regarding how to kind of creatively categorize things to kind of make it appear more as though there's less to be concerned about, When I look at some of these items, I wonder, when we go to, say, the capital improvement fund, and we go down to, expenditures by category, and we look at, say, utility projects, and I see 0% there, where if we had any percentage there at all, we'd be significantly over budget in that area. Do we really have 0 utility projects out of the capital improvement fund?
Yeah, so that's really just a legacy row in the spreadsheet there. We don't do our utility projects out of that. If you back up over to the utility capital reserve fund, that's where you're going to see our funding on those projects. So that's the $2.4-ish million that you can see in the middle of the page there, if you have better eyesight than mine. But that's that. And those, yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, but so when I look at some of these other items under capital improvement, and this is just one example, looking at, say, how we categorized our FY 2024 adopted budget versus the revised budget. Let's take engineering and other related services. We budgeted $295,000, but then we revised the budget to be $1,058,000, and we came in at $707,000. So we actually went significantly over our initial adopted budget, but because we revised the budget later, it appears we only spent 66% of our budget. I just wonder, but considering how close the budget came in this year, are we doing anything that'll harm ourselves as far as how we're managing these numbers?
Councilman, I'm going to say I don't believe so, for the simple fact. So some of that movement that you see, we basically had revised the budget and increased the streets contingency fund to $630,000. However, we didn't need it at the end of the year, so nothing was expended from it. And so that line item is sitting in the engineering and other related funds. So a big part of what you're not seeing is the fact that we budgeted for a streets contingency and then we didn't need to actually utilize it.
Just kind of from a big picture standpoint, I guess a lot of what I'm getting at is I see almost all of these categories coming in like right at 99%, really close to the tip top of the budget. I wonder if, would it be beneficial to have an external auditor look to make sure we're categorizing things correctly and that we're not going over budget in any key areas, and we're not just sort of putting them in the proper category so as not to exceed what the budget would be for that category? You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Mark, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so let me address. So part of what you're seeing is a symptom of doing a revised budget in September. When we were going through the budget process in July and August, we're looking at what's being spent, what the revenues are projecting, the revenues what we're seeing, the outflows. So what you're seeing is you're seeing an actual in comparison, not to adopted budget, but to where we were in July or August. So we're going to be hitting, in the majority of cases, we're going to be hitting a lot closer. So that, what you're seeing there is a percentage of budget compared to revised budget, which we brought forward to you all based on revised projections from July, August. So that's why you're seeing things hit a lot closer. It's tight because we're able to be tight with it, because we have a much better picture in July and August of what the expenditures and revenues are going to be in comparison to what it was when we adopted it 12 months before.
So they were revised, like for example, the engineering and other related services was revised because we'd gone significantly over what we initially adopted.
Correct, and we had projections of what we thought was going to be spent by year end, and we didn't hit that. But we originally came in at 295, and based on what we were seeing, projects that were going on, expenditure trends, we ended up finding other funds, shifting funds around and bringing that number up. It's why we got a lot closer to that number. Instead of having 295 and blowing it by hitting 707,000, we actually came in under, because we, again, in July and August, we had a lot better sense of what revenues look like, what expenditures look like. We were able to tighten that up. For example, with general fund, we were experiencing a problem in sales tax collections, so we ended up having to ratchet sales tax down. And when we did that, that impacted revenues over expenditures, so we ended up having to ratchet expenditures down too. So you're going to see that sales tax came in lower than projected, but we're pretty close because, again, we were 10 months in and we knew what that number was, and we projected what the last 2 months were going to be. And then we got with departments and had them ratchet down spending, so that's where you're going to see some of the spending coming in under the revised budget as well.
Okay.
I think it's also useful to,
Sorry, Sean.
it's.
Mark, if you would please, Mark.
Yeah, it's useful to extend that conversation over to utility fund, because I think it is right to bring up the utility fund of being a item of key and keen interest. And so if we flip over to utility fund, let's take a look at it and just spend our time with it, okay? So if I look at what are utility user fees, and I'm mindful of the discussion that Mark just led us through. Let's just walk through the very first one here. We adopted a budget where we were estimating $13.2 million in water utility revenue, right? So that's going to be both the payments by our, so imagine everybody with a retail water connection in town, right? That's what that is. So you turn your water on, that's what that is, okay? $13.2 million was the adopted budget. The revised budget was, gosh, we're really seeing that come in a little bit higher, because the data we were looking at in the early summer was, looks like more's coming in, right? So was it maybe a projection mistake at the time to say, you know what, maybe we'll round up from 13.2 and revise the budget from 13.5. Well, what did we end up having? We ended up having a pretty wet rest of the summer, and as you can joke, you can tell if you don't water your yard and your yard is green in September, we didn't sell very much water because the irrigation was by God, right? It was provided for us. So we didn't sell as much water as we might have, and now you can read the FY24 year-to-date actual of 13.282. That's less than the revised budget, and it's closer to the adopted budget. So you try to make these projections at the end of the year, you come in close, but you're not quite there, and that really explains where we started our conversation about, well, why did we end up with a little bit less cash in bank in the utility fund than we wished? Well, you can see that our expenditures in the utility fund Well, they ended up being pretty darn close to what we thought they might be when we look at that revised budget. That's that 100.3% down there. But when I look at the 99.6% over here in the utility fund revenue, the comparison between revised budget and actual, I've got a little bit more overspending and I've got a little bit less of revenue. The less in revenue is really what translates to the dollar amount that we missed the budget by. And so, that's the point of clarity. Now, what's my policy implication? My policy implication is that we're still not doing as well as we wish we were, and it's shared by staff, and I'm sure it's shared by council. We're not doing as well as any of us would like to on increasing the cash and investments in our reserve in our utility fund. That's a key metric, and it's a metric that we would all universally, all of us, like to have grow. So what I would say is, okay, we identify that that number is not where we want it to be. That means that when we have our strategic plan workshops, we really want to beat this up again. We had a really good utility series of conversations last year about our utility revenues. Staff's already had a meeting with all the key players. Councilman mentioned Chris Eckert earlier in our conversation. He maintains our water modeling for us. And we sat down and we said, okay, what do we need to do to make sure that the model is good as the model can be, and that we can use the model to make some of these policy decisions that will end up with us growing our reserves and making sure that we have an overall healthy utility fund. So I think there are policy implications on the page. I want to make sure that we're not, ignoring those. I just want to make sure that folks are kind of understanding, okay, when it rains, that's a negative for our utility fund. And you are seeing some of the results of that in this particular piece of paper.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be more direct for the council and for the mayor. Are we floating any cost or funds to paint a better picture of the budget for the city, for the council or the mayor? And if we are we doing so to hide any true finances that we're not able to see, yes or no? I don't think so either. I've been looking at these budgets for 6 years, and that's not the case. But what they're trying to do is present the best possible view of that time period that they can for all of us. But just be direct. If that's your concern, ask them.
Is there ever a time in municipal government where they have outside auditors just come in to look at things other than us or the people we are? Does that happen occasionally, every 10 years? Every 5 years? What's the standard?
We have an external auditor that comes in every year and looks at our book.
How long have they been coming?
I've only been here 14 months. It's been a number of years. I think Patilla, Brown and Hill has been the auditor since during the time that you have been here. It's been a while. Yes.
They've had an audit every year since they've had Texas Water Development Board loans.
Oh, yeah, no, we've been audited forever.
We also have to provide what's called single audit and our entire financial report for some of the grants. We've undergone financial reviews with the state of Texas and have to provide them the city's annual financial report as well. And there are a number of the federal audit, we have to provide a single audit as well as our annual financial report.
We've never had an external audit of our general fund from other than what we do every year.
Now, we have an annual auditor that comes in every year, correct?
Same company.
Correct.
They know us.
And there's some things that you can do with that. I come out of an organization where we rotated auditors every 5 years. And if you don't want to rotate audit firms, that's okay, but you rotate your audit team every 5 years at least so that you have a different set of eyes on it. My preference is to rotate audit firms, but no, to answer your question directly, to my knowledge, there has never been a second audit firm that has come in and audited what the first audit firm has done.
Okay. I think everybody knows that I am hot on the utility fund. And I do not, and I think I need to see, when I see a revised budget, an adopted budget, a revised budget, year-to-date actuals. We're looking at 2024. We're not looking at 2025.
Correct.
We will not be looking at, so 2024 is over. And over and unaudited. And the utility fund is in the red, right?
No.
$141,000
Well, just for that period, for that year.
for that year, 2024,
Yes.
at the end. So I'm gonna think on this, but I appreciate the report, because what I'm gonna ask can come later.
Okay, so, but the auditors that we use, they're reputable auditors. Are you familiar with them?
I am.
What would happen
They
to
were
their
the
rep-
auditors in
what would
Northwich
happen to
Hills when I
their?
got there.
Okay, yeah, but what would happen to their reputation if they were to give inaccurate numbers to a municipality? I mean, they wouldn't do that. It wouldn't matter who you were, I wouldn't think. I mean, that's a lot of risk for somebody to do. And I appreciate more than anybody accountability and responsibility and holding people fiscally responsible. But we're doing everything we possibly can to be transparent with this community and finances. So, yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's
Mark,
comfortable.
could you give me data on how long we've used this company?
I can find out for you.
And I heard you say that you can switch the team or the firm. And did I hear, with your expertise, you recommend the firm? Is that correct?
So the organization that I came out of before here, we had an informal practice of rotating audit firms every 5 years. It gets a different set of eyes. Give me on my soapbox a little bit. There's if you're ever interested, there's a city called Dixon, Illinois. And there is a lady by the name of Rita Crundwell, and she stole millions of dollars from this community. And the auditors got in trouble because the auditors weren't doing what they were supposed to do, and they used the same auditors for forever. And it was a small local firm. It was a small town. So I'm always a big believer that you want to at least rotate the audit team every 5 years so you get a different set of eyes. But I like to go a step further than that, because the same audit team is still the same firm dealing with the firm's reputation. I think it's always good to get another firm in every 5 years or so, or at least rotate every 10 to get a different set of eyes in. But when you bid the audit services, it's typically a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewals. So it's typically a 5-year engagement.
Mark, you're the expert. I liked your resume when I saw it. I think this is important. I'm gonna do some research. Her name was Rita Cromwell.
Rita Crundwell. There's a documentary about her called All the Queen's Horses.
Okay, would you please give me some data to see
I will.
how long we've used this company? And then give me data and a little insight more on the switching the agencies every 5 years. And
Happy to do that.
thank you so much.
And my concern is, there's a gentleman who gave a presentation last week, and he said that he did a report for us, and they did not like his creative budgeting. How he got, you remember that? He used the word creative. And when I have a problem looking at something, then I need to talk with someone, because I'm of the ilk that I would like to see, I would like to know what was spent, how was the utilities, who dipped their hand in the one place in this city that I can get in trouble for. I need to know that. I mean, I think I need to come and see you to do that.
As always, my door is always open to you. Shelley's door is open. Either one of us are happy to sit down with you.
Straightforward with me, and I appreciate that. I like the education I get. But I'm a little edgy right now.
Come see me and let's make you unedgy.
Okay.
Mark,
Generally, how long does it take to get this, equaled out or balanced out? If this is ending in, September, what's the standard usually, the gold standard for cities probably of our size or just in general? It looks like we're still lagging on September.
So right now, we've provided you September 30. You'll typically enter your audit firm will come out. It can take a number of months. When I got here, I believe it was presented to you the year before I got here in August. We hit August of last year. We're striving to get that earlier and earlier. My eventual goal, we're going to be shooting for June this year. I don't know that we'll make it because with the new financial system, the audit firm will come in and do more extensive auditing of your system because it's brand new. And so they're going to be looking for holes and places where things aren't quite right. So it may take a little longer. My goal eventually over the next several years is to get us to March.
Do you think we need to do anything as far as personnel to get caught up or inputted with going from wherever to this system? I don't really understand it fully, but do we need to go ahead and put the gusto to it, get you some extra help? They just doing whatever every day to catch us up, because I'm the same song, second verse.
So where we are,
Just like, when do we?
So where we are right now, I've had conversations with Shelley, we've had conversations with Mike, and he talked about it a little bit. We're restructuring the finance department. We are looking at taking an existing position and converting it to an assistant director. The primary reason for that is, one, to take a little bit of load off of Shelley and let Shelley function even more of a director than she is today, because she's having to operate down here a little bit. So we want to be able to get Shelley up here where she needs to be, so she can actually direct and manage her operation and not have to be quite so in the weeds. The other reason that we're looking at the assistant director as an option is it's going to allow us a little more horsepower. We're going to get somebody that's got some more experience, that's got a little bit more horsepower behind them to give the department some additional direction and some additional help. So we're looking at that. If we need to pull the trigger and look at bringing in some contractors, we can do that, but I want to get the assistant director on board and let Shelley work with them and see where we go from there.
If we did that and it was an ideal world, let's say it took 60 to 90 days to hire that person or whatever, how long would it take to get caught up where we don't hear the same song? You think 6 months, a year, 2.5 more years, 2 years? Just give me an estimate. I'm not holding you.
Yeah, no, it depends on what you mean by caught up.
Like, it just seems like I keep hearing, staffing issues, and we're working on it, and we got to get transferred to this new system, whatever that needs to be done to help us get whatever into the new system. If it's
You want to speak?
input,
Councilwoman Holmes, what made this rather challenging was, number one, the department went through a 100% turnover in its personnel. No one had any historical knowledge. I think I'm the most tenured person, and I had been there since November of 2020. So when it came down to transitioning to the new system, our team wasn't really versed in the chart of accounts for every single fund, which they had their own challenges in terms of, when I say general ledger, I mean in the accounts that we use. It required, I don't know what the level above painstaking is, but it required extreme focus on all of the accounts. And so the good thing was, by the time Mark got here and we were live in our system, he and I have spent time in those weeds, really synthesizing the data and making sure that things make sense. It's just taken a long time. In addition to that, also getting our arms around our capital assets. We had, someone that had 30 years of information that was never transitioned to us. So all we're working from is a file to recreate the city's entire inventory and capital asset numbers. And so we get good feedback from the auditors. They see what we've taken on and how we have been meticulous and, a high level of attention to detail. And it's just been kind of slow. So it's really hard to educate someone coming in from the outside on things we didn't necessarily have our arms all the way around. So here we are a year later. Things look much, much better. And we're actually looking forward to providing this information to the audit firm to see what they say about our chart of accounts.
just know my commitment is, and I've said this to, even the director, you need to make sure that you have the resources, the support, training, or whatever you need, because we got to get through this period.
So something exciting that we do have going on in 2 weeks, we're going to have a group, and Mike mentioned it as well. It's Texas Municipal League City Financial Services, and they're going to come in for 5 days. It'll actually be 4 days on site and 1 day virtual. And they're going to do a boot camp with the finance department and talk to them about processes and the way that we do business and opportunities for them to improve. The gentleman that's coming, his name is Keith Dagan. He's former finance director with the city of Richardson. So he's the finance director in a little bit larger organization, decades of experience. I don't know him personally, but I've come across Keith and I think very highly of him. So he'll be with us 5 days at the end of the month, and then we have an option to bring them back for another 5 days at a later date. So we're looking at helping them improve their processes and help shore them up and get them into a position that we, as we move from the old to the new, that we're updating our processes and we're using the new system to the maximum of its capability and helping them improve their processes. That way we can give you things like monthly financials on a more routine basis. Shelley and I have had conversations. The plan is for you to start getting those April 1st, and then 60 days from the end of a month. So February would be March, April, get to the next council meeting, June. And then the goal is, once we can get that on where we're getting you routine financial information so that you have it and you're informed, then we're going to look to see, can we do that in 45 days? Once we do it at 45 days, can we do it at 30? It's a little hard to get it to you faster than 30 because we need probably 5 to 10 days at least to close the month.
Give me his name, Keith. His name is
Keith
Keith.
Dagan, D-A-G-A-N, or D-A-G-E-N, I can't
When
remember.
is he doing that training or that boot camp?
Did you say where?
When is he going to be scheduled to do the boot camp?
He is here February 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th, and he's on site at the finance department.
Would you please give us some feedback based on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see you again, Shelley, or
Absolutely.
Mark, or somebody.
Happy to do that.
About your staff and how you guys feel. I want to give you that support.
Yeah, and it helps if, I don't think things, I'm looking at the long game, so I'm not, what can we do within the year to make this happen? So you don't feel you need to come up here and say, well, and, do what Councilwoman Holmes is saying, but just give us, I would like to hear because numbers give me headaches. I'm not going to lie. But I need to know that you are comfortable telling me it's going to take 90 days, and be firm in that, because there's a lot of things involved. And if we're going to do this right, then let's do it right. And, yeah.
Okay, any more?
I just wanted to say, first, I appreciate getting my first ever documentary film recommendation from the podium tonight. That was, thank you.
I'm
gonna look into that.
interested, and I like documentaries.
I like them too. But I want to say that I do support the idea of us potentially rotating auditors every 5 years or so, because I think that you can't develop too cozy of a relationship, and just kind of changing up the eyes on it. That, not saying there's any impropriety, but just changing it up, new eyes, that's definitely, I think, a plus. I also wanted to ask you, though, Mark, in particular, is your involvement and responsibility to the finance team detracting from your ability to perform as an assistant city manager? Are you having to get kind of too bogged down in the finance stuff to do assistant city manager stuff?
A little bit, but they deserve it. They deserve the attention. I've made this comment before, and this is not to disparage anybody that's been here before, but this is the closest thing that the city of Terrell has had to a professional finance department. They're coming along, and they're growing, and they're still growing as a team. We're doing some things over there to help build that team. Again, we've got a group that's working with them to come in to help with the teamwork aspect of it. We have TML coming in to help with the processes. I'm here as a resource for Shelley. We've had some very good conversations over the time that I've been here. So my goal is, even if I have to spend more time with them, there are two resources that the city has that are more important than anything else, and that's the citizens' money and our staff. Those are our two most important resources. So the fact that I might have to spend additional time in the finance department, okay, that's appropriate. That I'm, both from a financial standpoint, a money standpoint, and a people standpoint.
All right, so,
Excellent response, Mark, and I'm telling you, would you tell us, not Mike, if, when you feel like, okay, this finance thing, helping them is just taking me down. I appreciate it, that was a perfect response. I want to support you as well as relates to you supporting the finance department. I appreciate you.
I believe in open and honest communication, and I'm not shy, and I over speak sometimes, so I'm not afraid to do that.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure you have I'm not sure if I'm the third or the fourth voice here on supporting for looking at switching auditors. So if, staff is hearing, we're on board with doing that and moving forward in the future, or near future with, was it RFQ, RFP, to do that, you have my support as well.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody listening or in the room to think that I'm disparaging Patilla Brown and Hill in any way, shape, or form. They're a fine audit firm, and they've done well by us. I think it behooves everybody to have an additional set of eyes on it that rotates, because they get comfortable and things, sometimes they let things slide, and it slides, and it slides, and it slides, and now their reputation is on the line for it. I'm not saying that has happened. Again, they're a fine firm, and they've done fine work for us, but I think it's in the best interest to consider a rotation of some sort.
I hear you, Mark, and I don't think I would ever think of you as disparaging anybody.
Mark's cold-hearted. You can tell.
hey, thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
Very good meet. Very good. Bro. Hey, can I get a 5-minute quick, I need a motion for a recess for 5 minutes.
5-minute recess.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. All right.
You want Raylan next? Let's talk happy things about happy.
Ready? All right, at this time, we'll reconvene into regular session and consider no, there's no action. We weren't in executive. We're going to reconvene into regular session. All right. Our next item on the agenda is discuss update regarding pet adoption center design and programming. This is going to be handled by Raylan Smith. If you would please come forward. Okay, good. Oh, wow.
Yes, sir.
Dang.
So I have got some good news to share with you on the Pet Adoption Center. As you know, the last time we met, you did the task order so that we could do some of the design and programming. We wanted to make sure we've got a good footprint going. And you also had asked some questions about some of the calculations. So wanted to bring to you first, which is going to lead us into the really good news. We did the kennel calculations. And so with that information that's provided in your packet, the way that the floor plan and the way that the building is coming out, we're actually going to be able to promote this as a 20-year build without the add-ons. So we spent a lot of time looking at the actual intake numbers and doing that calculation. So what we are looking at is you currently have 18 kennels in your current facility, and we will get this moved up to 36. And we do believe that our population estimates will give you another 5 years or so. So in the planning process alone, it always feels good to know that you're not planning with an immediate addition, but that we're really happy with the number of kennels and how those calculations came out. This is just a layout, kind of what we proposed to you a couple of months ago when we were looking at the new location. And we have put together a footprint for the building. So I wanted to give this to you tonight, let you kind of look through the numbers, look through the footprint. If you have any questions, please reach out to me if there's any additional information I can give you. As far as timing, what we're looking at is having WRA and CORE come back in March, and we will be ready for the next task order, which will take us into schematic, and that's where you'll really start seeing some of the exterior facades and the building come to life. But just wanted to touch base with y'all and let you know where we're at in the process and see if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Raylan?
I do. So we're looking at a WRA from CORE in March. What are we thinking in terms of when everything's going to be done, we're going to have a fully built pet adoption center?
So when I was doing those forecasts for your strategic plan, we could potentially have bidding documents prepared and have contract recommendations. My goal would be to have contract recommendations coming back to y'all in September or October. So you would be looking at probably a 10 to 12 month build. And obviously we'll be working to try to get that lowered. But so you'll be probably 12 months from whenever we can get those contracts done. So we're moving through schematic. Generally, it takes about 90 days, and we'll have it done in about 45. So we're trying to cut down some of the design time right now.
Okay, excellent. Really appreciate you coming back with these numbers for us. That's exactly what we asked for, and it really gives us a clear idea of what the challenges are and what we're addressing here. Do we foresee any challenges in between now and the time the new facility is built with regard to our kennel capacity or any issues with, you know, our current, the status quo until we get the new one built?
So based on your kennel counts, you're covering your total intake. So your real intake for the city of Terrell right now is you've got about 300 dogs coming in a year. So if you look at that annual impound, these are all, let me go back, I'm sorry. The column that says annual impounds, these are dogs only. So you are essentially, with the 18 kennels, you're covered all with the 289. So even with the 14-day lag and the way that the operations are ran, obviously we need more kennels, but your kennel calculation does support the facility that you're in.
Okay, because I know we're building a new facility because we know there's a need for it. So in between now and then, do we need to make any accommodations to address the need until we get the facility approved?
So operationally, I would say that Chief of Police already has full support that when he needs, and his staff will do this, if they need to do a lot of round-robin phone calls with everybody out in the adoption community or some of the other places where we can get dogs placed, you know, we do that from time to time.
We're doing that now. We're making sure that we're not getting over capacity.
Exactly. There's always going to be here's a week where we had lower than average, and there's going to be a week when you're higher than average, and on a higher than average week, you know, it's hustling. It's a lot of hustling over there in the police department to make sure that we really scramble and we get dogs moved to where they can be, because we don't want to violate any of the health and safety rules at our shelter. So,
and we're not currently.
No, sir. We did pass our most recent inspection from the State Department of Agriculture. And so they do surprise inspections from time to time. We did pass, and my comment is that doesn't mean that we have a good facility. We have a very worn-out facility. We very much need a new facility, and it's going to be a very difficult, very hard, active day-to-day management job between now and opening day.
But we feel like we can manage our current
Yeah, we can manage it, but it's
we have today until opening the facility.
Yes, sir. And
okay.
With a lot of work. Yes,
With
sir.
a lot of work. Okay, that brings up another point that I wanted to address regarding this as well. So you mentioned the police department having their hands full with this. I know it's just kind of looking into it a bit. It's not always standard practice for animal control to fall under the police department. Might this be, not always, there's lots of cities who don't do it that way. I wonder if, might this, as we do some of this, you know, changing over a new facility and thinking this through again, might there be an opportunity for us to kind of reevaluate whether or not that's the right place for that organization to sit?
Listen, my answer to that is we're in a season of growth, and I frankly would say it's healthy to question everything. Because as I've been preaching, we need to start thinking and being and acting like the city that is going to be a city of 30 or 40,000, because whether we like it or not, that's how many people are going to move here. And so we have to be institutionally ready for that. And if that means rethinking how we do things, that's great with me. I would tell you that I think that the near term is that's a good home for it. Because there are a lot of legal procedures associated with operating your animal shelter, but that doesn't mean that we can't look and question and study it. It's a fair comment.
I think just my thought about it with regard to sort of when you think about span of control, you know, our police department, you know, when you look at the organizational chart, has their hands full. Leadership has a lot of things going, a lot of subordinates with not as many sort of officer level people. So I just wonder if the sort of the oversight and the, the leadership is able to kind of manage all the things that go into managing our animal shelter.
I would say the skill set is there to do the whole thing. I would say that in the long term, even a city that divorces its management and oversight of animal control from the police department still has an enormous amount of crossover, because you simply do send out police officers to support animal control on a regular basis. So there still has to be a partnership there long term.
Sure. Yeah. I would just ask maybe that staff could at least explore what our options are there. Just see if maybe there's an opportunity to think that through differently.
Happy to take
That's all
that
I have.
comment. Yes, sir.
So, I'm hearing you want police to focus on safety and public safety and not so much the,
Just kind of use this as an opportunity when we're kind of changing how we do things and getting a new facility, just thinking through, is the best approach to have it under the police department?
no, I agree, yeah, no.
Just a time to maybe think it through, consider whether that's the best approach.
Have you thought about that?
What do you mean?
Have you thought about our animals shelter crew as an individual entity versus part of the police department? Was that some of the design, when you were talking about design and you talk with people and you talk about how shelters work?
No, I mean, essentially what we were doing is doing the programming to make sure that we had the right space calculations. Obviously when you're talking through programming, there's a lot of question about operations and how can you make it most efficient, and, making sure that the departments understand that a new building doesn't change the way you do things, right? And so, there's a lot of that gets woven in, because when you open a new building, you want to make sure that it stays more efficient than what you're doing, and that a new building doesn't fix everything.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conversation whenever you're looking at the building.
Right. It seems almost like a philosophical change in how we're approaching our animals in the city, and I could see us thinking through, maybe this isn't a law enforcement issue as much as it's a taking care of animals issue.
Yeah, and I certainly, like I said, I certainly don't mind contemplating and kicking new ideas around. I would just also offer to you that, remember, the big theme of the police department is community service and thinking of law enforcement as a way to go out and make friends, right? And as a way to connect with the community. So there's some commonalities there, but we'll certainly take a look at it.
We're also thinking about that, if we have to add on to this building later, make it.
Yes, absolutely. So there is space within that footprint to add, there on the map going south. That's where you could add another phase of kenneling.
Yeah, and if
we
flip
could
over
make
to
sure
the
we
floor
can go.
plan as well. If you look at the floor plan, you can see that Raylan and staff have already done see how that hallway has a door that exits, and then the kennels have a doorway that exit. That is perfectly set up for an expansion.
Thank you, Raylan.
Absolutely. We'll bring this back next month. Okay.
Thank you.
all right, thank you, Raylan. Our next item is item number 6.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, whoa, this is Don. Is this you or, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
I mean, if you want to do it, that's.
No, go ahead, Don.
Okay.
No.
Did somebody already read it?
No, let's discuss and consider resolution number 2209, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Terrell, Texas, calling a general election for the City of Terrell, Texas, to be administered by the Kaufman County Elections Administrator on Saturday, May the 3rd of 2025, for the purpose of electing the mayor for a 3-year term, designating the polling places and filing deadlines, ordering notices of elections to be posted and published as prescribed by the law in connection with such election, and providing an effective date. This is our City Secretary, Don Stahl.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Resolution 2209 is calling the election to be administered by Kaufman County Elections Division, and it will be held on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, for the purpose of electing the mayor for a 3-year term. The deadline to file is Friday, February 14th, And normally, there is a sheet that is attached to this that has the early voting dates and the locations, but Kaufman County has not finalized that yet. So as soon as that's finalized, it'll be attached to it.
So this is a discuss and consider,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So we need to, is there a motion on resolution number 2209?
To approve resolution number 2209 as presented.
We have a motion, is there a second? We have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velazquez, District 3, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Holmes Thomas to approve resolution 2209 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is consent agenda. We have one, 7.1. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velazquez, District 3, a second from the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, District 5, Phil Robinson, to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Yes?
I have. Did we miss putting approval of the last meeting's minutes?
Yes, ma'am, I hadn't finished those for the last week, so we will approve those at the next, on March 4th.
Thank you. You know, I'm still learning the rules of order, so.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote present. Our next item is to reconvene, to adjourn into executive session in accordance with Section 551 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. Section 551.074 personnel matters. Section 551.087 deliberations regarding economic development negotiations. We're going to reconvene into regular session and consider action, if any, on items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, council. I don't need, don't trash.